Hey, what is up, guys? And welcome back to another Magic Gathering online challenge. We're back once again with Eldrazi Ramp on the draw for game one against Shadow Titan, who seemingly is on Boros Energy. Looking like a pretty stock list with Felia, Blood Moon Main, Static Prison, yep, Seasoned Pyromancer, Charmel Inside. Okay, so we have a relatively good idea of what to expect here. Opponent may have stepped away before the round started. I think it was only like 70 some odd people, so I think only 7 rounds. So really aiming for 7061 to guarantee the top 8 spot. Otherwise, X2 is passable. X3 will probably drop that. I don't even think we make it to prizing. Though, I mean, it's a challenge 64, so I think pretty much everyone who doesn't drop gets prizing, at least in play points. But that being said, I was going to say we'll be back in a moment when our opponent returns. This hand's not great. Especially if it, I mean, like, close a turn, great, but. So I think we do mulligan here. Devourer. Okay. We can make this work. So Devourer, we want the Utopia Sprawl. We want the Malevolent Rumble. So I think we drop Breaker here. Let's drop the Breaker, reveal the Devourer, and pass. We're looking for a green source off the top 4. There's Sacred Foundry. Let's see a Guide of Souls. Ragavan. Honestly, not sure what I hate more at this point, a Guide of Souls or Ragavan turn 1. Ooh, that's a bit rough. We'll say no to the top 4. A second Ugin's Lab. Well, now that that World Breaker is looking a lot better. Shoot. And it's like a 20% chance per card seen at the time. Watch Ragavan hit a forest or a forest equivalent. It's going to happen. Okay. Thought-Not-Seer, that's fine. You can't play that. And it's not a forest or forest equivalent, so I'm okay with that. Guide of Souls, less okay with that. Draw. Forest equivalent. The question now is, do we want to go Kozilek's Command X1 or do we want to Rumble? That is a fair question. If we Rumble, find a Talisman, play the Talisman with the extra mana plus and Utopia Sprawl. That's a decent amount of mana. We're going to want to find a return, I fear. I'm thinking about potentially putting in an Allah's Dust at some point as well. Either that or maybe a third return. Well, there's the return we're looking for. So let's try and ramp into this Devourer. I think that would be wise of me. So let's go Temple. And we will pass. Oh, didn't want that. Small lessons learned in Magic the Gathering Online. You should never press 6 if you have anything you could do. Quite literally, I do mean anything. Seasoned Pyromancer, not hasted. This is fine. Because then we could have denied them 2 energy. Yeah, that could come back to bite me, genuinely. Because now they get to trigger twice. So that's 6 damage. They would only been able to do so once. So that's multiple damage that we missed out on now. Eldrazi Temple. They only have 4 cards in the grave right now. We need to be careful here. Because I can X3, then X1. Okay. So I have a general idea of what we're going to do. Ensure we don't lose this turn. Arid Mesa. Crack. Elegant Parlor. In response. We're going to have to go X3, then X1. So let's make spawns. Exile Flage, Charm, Mesa. Done. So that should be 3 spawns that we can now block with. Parlor. Onslaught Pride. Flage, number 2. Targets me. Yes. Yeah, that 2 life might just cost me this game. Rough. Because we're going to take 3, 5. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. Go to combat. Trigger. Go to blocks. 1, 2, 3. 4 damage. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're gonna have to high roll the top. Target. 1, 2, 3. Done. We'll take 4 down to 4. Myco spawn. That's not enough. I don't think there's an out. That's 3 in the air. So I can't take even 1 damage. Devours 7. Even then Flage will get hasted in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We can blow up a land. Block 1, take 3, 6. Yeah, that's that. Even if I had played that more efficiently and not taken the additional 2, would that have made a difference? 6. Probably not, to be honest. Unfortunate. Yep, you got it. So, Boros Energy. Pause for game 1. I mean, we kept it together there, don't get me wrong. They're going to bring in Sharma, which is going to be rough. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I need to remember when I, like, in paper when I say, okay, pass, obviously you can still respond. Moto, I need to press 2 whenever I still have something I could do instead of 6 when it's supposed to be absolutely you have nothing you could do. Because we could have avoided at least 2 damage there, which, not relevant, but still something. On the play for game 2, I will keep I will reveal Karn, Rumble. We'll go with Rumble here. Utopia Sprawl on red. And pass. Ragavan or Oslop Pride is fine. Let's go Rumble. Could grab Talisman of Resilience. And that would allow for Breaker next turn. You already have Breaker next turn is the thing. So I'm tempted to go Karn. Alternatively, I could also bring in a second Breaker, which I think might be correct. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's also a world where they might have Wear Tear or a Static Prison to get rid of Utopia Sprawl. Or someone to interact. So maybe the Talisman is correct just to be safe, and we can always bring back the Breaker. Pass. Hold up the ability to respond. I'll take the 1. Okay, draw, Rumble. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we can Rumble here. Let's go ahead and... Actually, yes, we can go ahead and Rumble. Devourer of Destiny. We're gonna go World Breaker, however. And get rid of this red source. And pass. Felia comes in. Okay. And pass. We have a breaker in the grave. We do want to remember that fact. Static Prison. Static Prison hits breaker. Yes. They're not gonna flicker anything. Draw. Lab. Well, let's go ahead. 1, 2, 3. I'm trying to think. 1, 2, 3. No, we'd be short 1. So let's go Eldrazi Temple. Let's go ahead and cast Devourer of Destiny. Let's target the Felia. And hold up the ability to grab back Devourer. Raven Charm. Yeah. Go to combat. Down to 13. End step. Return Devourer. Pass. Devourer. Get rid of Ocelot Pride. Play a lab. And pass. There is nothing that I can do at this point, so we can't actually pass in full. No more energy. I do want to be mindful of being blown up by a Thraben Charm. They do run only 2 of them, however. Well, let's go ahead with a kicked Myco Spawn. Get rid of Arena of Glory. Oh wow, did we seriously exile over, or rather we put them in grave? That's insane. Let's grab Shifting Woodland then. Let's change phases. Discharge resolves. And they wanted to keep World Breaker underneath. And we got there. Okay. So game 2 is won. Let's go back to sideboard. And run it back as is. you okay? Okay. On the draw for game 3, we can keep this. And pass. Guide of Souls, not thrilled to see that on turn 1. Red. A Johnny. We can dismember that. We'll take 1. Eldrazi Temple. Cast Sowing Mycospawn. Grab Eldrazi Temple. Dismember a Johnny. Pass. And pass. Flage hits Mycospawn, and then they'll float probably either the Guide of Souls or the cat. Yep, so that's going to be 5 down to 10. They float the cat. Windswept Teeth. Crack Windswept Teeth. For a forest. Get rid of the the Sacred Foundry. Pass. There's Elegant Parlor. Blood Moon into the grave. Do you have a Static Prism? You do not. Ugin's Lab. Tuck the Emrakul. And I want to exile their graveyard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're off by 1. So let's go 5. Me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I want to hold up the Emrakul. Honestly, there's no reason to tuck it in retrospect. Get rid of the discharge. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay. Marsh Flats. Crack. Elegant Parlor. Resolves. Yeah, no reason to have tucked the Emrakul. I should have just played without no imprint and gotten one extra token. I think that was the move. To combat. To end step. Return Emrakul to hand. And that should be the game. Alright, you have a Johnny Nicolo Pariah and a Flooded Strand. Well, we're going to play that Flooded Strand and crack it. So, Flooded Strand. Crack it. Take a look at your deck. You did bring in Charmaw, the 3. Yep. We're going to fail to find. We're going to go to attacks. Trigger. To blocks. Pass the turn, pass the turn. And pass the turn. So you have an Ocelot Pride, you have an Ajani. Do you have anything else thereafter? Even if you were to have a discharge or a way to flip a Johnny, it won't be enough. Cast Devourer of Destiny. Exile. They'd have 20 life. Alright, we got there. So, close one. Very close one. Definitely a few little misplays once again. Nothing game ending, thankfully. But we were able to walk away with a victory in round 1. With that being said, we'll be back in just a bit for round number 2. Alright, and we are back for round 2 against Slasher 21. Let's take a look and see what they've played in the past. Slasher 21. Looks like as of recent, I mean, there's only one deck, so I'm going to assume it is Temur Grinding Station. So that is good to know. Well, we're gonna play. Let's take a look and see what we find here. I mean, this is an early Karn, so we'll keep. Go down to 6. Yep, pretty standard list. Grape Shot and Main. Do you want to keep an eye on Unholy Heat? They do have one Haywire Might to deal with a hate piece. So do we want to be mindful of that as well? Do we see... Nope, nothing on turn 1. Okay. Starting to wonder if this is actually Temur. Because that's definitely not the Scalding Tarns or Misty Rainforest I was expecting, so this might be Oculus instead. Looking like Oculus. Okay. Consider. Yes, that will resolve. Thought Scour. This is definitely Dimir Oculus. So that's 4. 5. Well, let's go ahead and cast Kozilek's command X equals 2. See if we eat a counterspell. There's the counterspell. That's 6. Karn resolves. Minus Karn. Yes. So no force. We'll grab Tormod's Crypt. A land would be 7. So once again, we're kind of that awkward situation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're in the awkward situation of a land plus Murktide would be really good here. So we're going to go ahead with Tormod's Crypt. Just a bit preemptively. Is that a Froge? It is a Froge. Eldrazi Temple. Exile the Frog. They might have mainboard Consign. They do not. Minus Karn. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana next turn. We could go as simple as Liquid Metal Coating and start attacking their lands. We could pick up Leveler and eventually get to enough mana. Let's pick up Leveler. I think that is correct. Leveler is very difficult for them to deal with. And at the end of the day, us robbing them on mana, I don't think gets the result that I'm looking for. Emrakul right now at 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're 3 off of Emrakul. And there is a Froge. Interesting. Rumble. Does Rumble resolve? Rumble resolves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's grab a World Breaker. World Breaker, target the untapped land. And attack for 6. Pass the turn. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1 mana off from Emrakul. Alright. Dimir Murktide. Win game 1. Let's get a sideboard and bring in our tech. So Land on the Void, Cityscape Leveler, Dismember. We'll cut an Emrakul. We'll cut 3 Sowing Mycospawn and 2 Kozilek's Returns. Run it back. The Leyline of Void definitely will be a bit of a surprise, I imagine. Of course, they'll bring in Consign to Memory. I always forget what else they have in sideboard. Could look up Dimir Murktide list. Harbinger, so bring in more Harbingers, Consigns. Yep, that makes sense. On the draw for game 2. This feels a bit slow. So we're gonna mulligan. We'll mulligan again. We'll keep. I think we drop these two and pass. Because what we'll do is we'll play Eldrazi Temple, hold up Command, play Cavern and Thoughtseize. And we have a Dismember to hold up as well, even better. Okay. Orcish Bowmaster will resolve, that's fine. No real issues with that. Thought Scour finds a frog and an Oculus. Not thrilled by that prospect. Let's see that on Earth. They have it. They have to have it. There's no way that wasn't it. So let's go ahead and make spawns and exile from grave. That has to have been on an Earth that they were tempted to cast. So you have a Consign. You have a Spell Pierce. Wild. Okay. Well, let's play Cavernous Souls on Eldrazi. Let's go ahead and play Thought-Knot Seer. Yeah, there's that on Earth. They do have 5 cards in the graveyard, so this Abhorrent Oculus will be coming out soon. Let's take the Unearth and pass. To combat, and they're just going to hold. Okay, Devourer. We're 1 off of Devourer. So we'll bring out Misty Rainforest, and we need to apply pressure. And attack with Thought-Knot Seer. Okay. That is fine. There's that poor Oculus. And we're gonna go ahead and dismember you. Crack Misty Rainforest. Grab an Overgrown Tomb. Tapped. And pass. Forest. Let's go ahead and cast Devourer. Okay, what are these last two cards you have? There's one unknown. Keeps it on top. A Harbinger is fine. Let's go ahead and Malevolent Rumble. Let's grab a Talisman of... actually... Alright, and we got there. Yeah, I was about to say, we'll get Eldrazi spawn so we can play Thought-Knot Seer and strip another card out. Perfect. Alright, well, a clean 2-0 victory there against Dimir Oculus. The change in play patterns is definitely showing. We're playing more proactively around how many cards they have in their graveyard, along with casting Kozilek's Command more defensively, rather than proactive or aggressively with creating spawns and drawing cards. So I think we're definitely seeing the benefits in those changes of play patterns. But with that being said, we'll be back with round 3 in just a few short moments. Alright, and we are back for round 3 on the play for game 1. And looks like our opponent might be on Grixis Murktide. I'd imagine at least some version of Murktide. Interesting. Not really Grixis. I guess it has Meltdown in the side, Pyroclasm, so really Dimir with a splash of red. We will be on the play. I mean, this is a turn to Thought-Knot Seer, so we will keep. And we have a Devour as well. I mean, realistically speaking, if we find a lab, this is a turn 3 Karn. I think I'll go with the Kozilek's Command, though. And pass. Flooded Strand. This might not be Grixis after all. Different lands than their last list. Okay. Or maybe not. Thought Scour resolves. Thought Scour's me. Wild play. I respect it, but that is wild. Well, let's go ahead and play Thought-Knot Seer. I feel like they get more value out of Thought Scouring themselves in comparison. So this is awkward. Harbinger, Murktide, Counterspell, Spell Pierce, Unearth. I think we take the Murktide. If they play the Harbinger, it gives them turns, but it's not the end of the world. So yes, we will take the Murktide. And pass. I imagine they play the Blue Delta Island and pass, holding up the counterspell. Yep. That's exactly what they'll do. Well, that makes it interesting, at least. Might be able to get a counterspell out of them. Forest. Utopia Sprawl. Does this resolve? Means I have more mana after this Harbinger you play. Got a counterspell out of their hand. Want to make sure it's the same one. Vintage Masters, yes. Some people in Moto do not use necessarily all of the same, so it's always good to check in on that. Polluted Delta. Crack Polluted Delta. And here's the Harbinger. Yep, that resolves. Sowing Myco Spawn. Interesting. Let's go to combat. We could apply more pressure, but I kind of want to cast Karn here. Does Karn resolve, or have you picked up a force? Karn resolves. I'm going to minus Karn. I'm going to grab a Tormod's Crypt. I'm going to play a Tormod's Crypt. I'm going to cast Tormod's Crypt targeting you, or activate Tormod's Crypt targeting you. And pass. This plays around a Murktide. Still 2 unknowns. Karn takes a hit. They're gonna have to block here soon. Five types in yard. Well, let's take up with Karn. Let's attack with Thought-Knot Seer. Bowmaster. Petty Theft. Yes, that will resolve. Trigger on the stack. You draw a card, so still 2 unknowns. Let's attempt to cast Malevolent Rumble. Do you have a counterspell or force? We will grab a Verdant Catacombs, as I have not played a land for turn. Milling over the Kozilek's Return is fantastic. Cast Thought-Knot Seer. Does Thought-Knot resolve? Thought-Knot resolves. Unearth, Spell Pierce. We'll take the Unearth, just so you have less potential cards to draw. Seven cards in yard. Otawara, bounce. 2 unknowns once again. Karn down. Yes, that's fine. Land for turn. Let's go Malevolent Rumble again. Let's grab another Thought-Knot Seer. Let's cast a Thought-Knot Seer. Abhorrent Oculus out. In retrospect, I should not have grabbed the Oculus. Or not the Oculus, but Thought-Knot's here. I should have probably grabbed the Karn? No. I guess it would have been a Forest I would have grabbed then. Maybe I'm okay with what I chose, actually, when I think about it. Thought Scour. There's an Oculus. Alright. Well, that does make things slightly more complicated. Well, let's go ahead and cast Sowing Mycospawn. Let's grab a Eldrazi Temple? Yeah, I guess an Eldrazi Temple. Maybe a second Forest, actually. And pass. Yeah, I guess we did grab the other land and played that. No, we played a land for turn, didn't we? 3, 7, yeah. Oh no, we're one short. So we probably did not. Right now, any 7-drop will clear board. So a World Breaker would be ideal. In retrospect, I do think that I might have benefited from kicking Mycospawn, getting rid of their 1 black source. Frog. Okay. They will attack in the air. Hit me down to 15. Trigger. And I think that should just be the game. Yes. Oh, I should have tapped differently. I realize that now. Cling to Dust is fine. Draw. Rooting Catacombs. Crack it. Let's take a look at your deck. Consider Counterspell, Force, Harbinger. Everything I consider normal. And there's the Brazen Borrower. I can't do anything to Spell Pierce, so we'll pass. Yeah, would have been able to play the Thought Knot had I tapped correctly. That's on me. And pass. And pass. So a little bit inefficient there on my tapping. Frog is fine. So we know they have a Spell Pierce remaining. Let's go with... So we have 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 minus 2 is 7, so we can play the Mycospawn and the Devourer. However, we cannot kick the Mycospawn because that would be a -4. So let's go ahead and crack Misty Rainforest. Grab a forest. Actually, do I want to do that? No, I think I'm gonna hold off. Let's go ahead and exile the Froge. And pass. I'll flash in the Brazen Borrower. That's fine. And actually, I was gonna just put a pause on end step, but just in case. Okay, now we can put a pause on end step. We'll attack in. Let's crack the Verdant Catacombs. Stomping Ground tapped. Let's go ahead and cast... Actually, we don't even need to do that. Those make me pay for it, so what I'll do is cast Thought Not Seer. And we'll get rid of the Spell Pierce. Then I will play Talisman of Resilience. And we will cast a Kozilek's Return. Probably could have held that, theoretically. Yeah, it may have actually been smarter to do so in case they do top deck an Oculus. In retrospect, should have held that. What? Cling to Dust? Cling to Dust. Draws a card. Down to 4, you need 2 blockers. So an Oculus would get you there. Four. Cling to Dust. Looted Delta. Crack Delta down to 3. Undercity Sewers. Harbinger. Fatal Push. Trigger. Looking for an Unearth. Okay. I'm glad my mistake did not cost me. But we did win game 1 again. That could have gone poorly. Yeah, in retrospect, I should have just held it. That way, if they did get Oculus, we would be able to cast Kozilek's Command, clear the Manifest Creature, clear the Brazen Borrower, and then we would have lethal on board. Alright. Oh. I almost forgot about Leveler. Don't want to leave Leveler out of the game. So it looks like they'll bring in more Harbingers, potentially Graveyard Trespasser, Stern Scolding, Consign to Memory. So a lot of cards coming in. What they cut though? I guess the pushes. But we're on the draw for game 2. We need to mulligan this. We will keep this. I'll drop the Ugin's Lab. Polluted Delta, pass. Okay. Draw. Eldrazi Temple, pass. I do have the ability to activate Kozilek's command for a cycle. Only time I think I would do that is if they were to go to unearth a Harbinger. Alright. Eldrazi Temple and pass. We'll bait out a counter spell on end step if they continue to play nothing. Okay. Sporadic Springs. So we might have force. Oh, let's try and bait out a counter spell. Done. Does this resolve? Spell Pierce. Okay. Surprised you kept that in, to be honest. Leyline of the Void. Huh. Well, let's attempt to cast Thought-Knot Seer. There's the counterspell. We'll play the Verdant Catacombs and pass. We'll grab Overgrown Tomb and tapped. Well, if they go Harbinger, we might need to grab a forest instead. Looks like this is Oculus. That is an Oculus. Well, we'll crack the Verdant Catacombs. At this point, the tomb might be a little late, so I might just grab the forest here. We'll go tomb and tap. And pass. Draw. Well, that is huge. We need to set up the following turns if this resolves. This does resolve. Well, the Devour of Destiny definitely needs to come in. I think Utopia Sprawl. Talisman of Impulse out. Talisman of Impulse out. Utopia Sprawl could come in, and that would get us our second black source for Leyline. That's a thought. We don't need Temple right now. Alright, let's go bottom, top, draw, and pass. Crack Verdant Catacombs for a basic. A Feroge. Feroge attack. We will want to get rid of the Feroge. Second main. We need to hope that they don't have a Harbinger. No Harbinger. Shifting Woodland. On Overgrown Tomb. Does this resolve? Black. Devourer of Destiny. Do you have a consign to memory? Consider. Resolves. But the body doesn't stick. That's fine. We can use Shifting Woodlands next turn if we want. Another Feroge. Unearth. Cycled. Emrakul the Promised End. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 exactly. Emrakul? Does Emrakul resolve? Consign to memory resolves. No Emrakul or its triggers. However, you need to take this out of my graveyard immediately, because you are right at 13 and I have a Shifting Woodlands friend. Yep. 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 And Stomping Grounds, tapped, and pass. Do you still have your Cling to Dust, which is a one of in your deck? Unearth cycle. Looks like a Murktide. So an 8/8 Murktide, right? Big blocker you got, for what it's worth. Karn the Great Creator. Well, let's activate Shifting Woodland, targeting Emrakul. Green. Green. Black. Go to combat. Attack with Emrakul, and pass the turn. Okay. Down to 8. Pass the turn. Polluted Delta. Crack Polluted Delta. Do you have a Harbinger? They do not. We got there. Alright. And with that being said, we'll be back for round 4 in just a few short moments. Alright, and we are back for round 4 against Sinistar 619. Looks like... at least by earlier today, they came in 20th place with what looks to be Mardu Energy. So that is something to be mindful of with the Thought Seizes. Butter, you can't have my drink, sir. Well, I'm on the play for game 1. This hand is not keepable. This... Did I mulligan? Because it feels like I didn't mulligan. This hand is keepable, however. We'll keep Devourer. Feel like we might have to dump Emrakul. There's no Blood Moon main, so we can be a bit aggressive. Maybe dump the Shifting Woodland? We will keep this regardless. Reveal Devourer. Trigger. Looking for an Eldrazi temple? I think we might go with Malevolent Rumble instead. Yeah, we'll go Malevolent Rumble. Hugins Lab. Devourer of Destiny. And pass. And pass. Marsh Flats. This does look like it could be Mardu. White-black. Thoughtseize or Guide of Souls? Guide of Souls. Let's play Verdant Catacombs. Crack. Let's grab a Forest. And cast Malevolent Rumble. 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's grab the Stomping Grounds. And pass. And pass. This way, if we do find Kozilek's Return, we'll be able to play it. Fatal Push, that's fine. Okay. Honestly, not a good turn for our opponent. I'm pretty happy with that, especially playing Thought-Knot-Seer next turn. Play Cavern of Souls. Name Eldrazi. Play Thought-Knot-Seer. Let's take a peek. Flage, Goblin Bombardment, Fable the Mirror Breaker, and 2 lands. Well, let's get rid of the Flage. And pass the turn. Bloodstained Mire, Crack for a Fable. Blood Crypt, Shock. Fable the Mirror Breaker. Sowing Mycospawn. Oh, let's go ahead and cast it. Let's grab... Interesting. We could grab Temple. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Huh. Alternatively, I can grab Shifting Woodland. I think I want to grab Shifting Woodland. And then play Stomping Grounds tapped. No. Pass. I think we do need to apply pressure here. Down to 11. What do you pitch for the trigger? Two unknown cards currently. Mountain Bowmasters, 3 unknown cards. Galvanic Discharge? No. Theater. Sacred Foundry, 2 unknowns. Galvanic Discharge. Gonna send all 4. We'll draw a card. This means no flyers though, which is good. Do you so still 2 unknowns. Do you play Goblin Bombardment? That was a stretchy noise, sir. Yeah. Yeah. You're being very noisy. Yeah, you are. Emrakul the Promised End. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We are 1 off of Emrakul. Well, let's go ahead. Butter. What's up, Bert? What's up? Yeah, you, what's up? Big stretches. Yes, you're a very stretchy boy. You're very distracting when trying to play Magic. We will not tuck the Emrakul, right? Because we got 1, 2. Well, okay. Butter, stop. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. So we do not need to tuck the Emrakul. Let's apply pressure by making a... Hi, sir. Making a World Breaker. And then we'll go to combat. They'll go down to 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So a land will either get us an Emrakul or a Devourer. ETB will gain a life. Down to 3. Shadowy Backstreet. Thinking hard about this one. At the end of the day, whatever we draw, we can play and or play Emrakul. No attacks, I imagine. Yep, that makes sense to me. Malevolent Rumble. Well, let's rumble. Let's grab World Breaker. So 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Unfortunate. I am tempted to just sweep board, to be honest. But I think I will hold off. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're actually short one. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, actually 7, or 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, yeah. So we are short. I'll pass the turn. Yeah. Yeah. And we'll go attacking. That's fine. Bombardment takes out the spawn. That is okay. That is fine. You'll gain a life, gain an energy. Flage? Yes, you'll gain a life, gain an energy, and Lightning Helix the Microspawn. And then sack Goblin Bombardment targeting me down to 17. Yes. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yes, we're good. Yep. Microspawn down. We'll take 5. No, we'll take 4 damage. Because I imagine you use the energy to float the Guide of Souls. Yep, this resolves. Float the Guide of Souls. Goblin Bombardment targeting me. Yes, that resolves. Bloodstained Mire. Kiki Jiki. Alright, friend. Well, let's go 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Emrakul the Promised End and Kozilek's Return. There's no real reason to do both. Target you. Will you Goblin Bombardment me before I can activate Return? Yes, that makes sense to me. Down to 10. I will not. No. Yep, before I activate it and fail to find. Oh, they failed to find. Okay. No. Pass to my turn. Arid Mesa in hand. We draw. Obnix. You come in with how many? Loyalty 3. Well, that's perfect. So let's play the Arid Mesa. Crack the Arid Mesa. Let's fail to find. Though first let's take a look at your deck. This looks pretty much exactly like the deck you played earlier today. So done. Let's see. We could escape Flage, hit itself. 1, 2, 3, yeah. So I think that's the right move, is to escape the Flage. Oh, we need red, red. Red, red. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Done. Deal 3 damage to you. So your life total stays the same. Escape trigger. Then Goblin Bombardment yourself. And then pass and pass. I mean, I guess maybe it would have been better to just take the Obnix, play the Obnix, create a devil, target self, trigger target Obnix. Maybe? Kind of same result. Yeah, I probably just did that with the Obnix, honestly. But that will result in a win for game 1 against Mardu Energy. Sideboard for game 2. Well, they have 3 Charmaws. We'll bring in our Dismembers as per usual, cutting to Mycospawn. And I think we just leave it at that. I do wonder something. Can you... Oh no, it says exile 5 other cards. I was going to ask the question, can you, when exiling cards for escape cost, exile the card escaping? The answer is no. It does specify other cards. Okay. That's the other option. If we could have done that, that'd been really funny. So I do think that the right move would have been Obnix minus Obnix. Obnix's loyalty goes down to 1. You create a devil. You sacrifice the devil, targeting opponent. Use the devil trigger, targeting Obnix. That way at least it removes another card, and it'd be the same life totals. So I think that'd be correct. So I would have made a slightly different choice after thinking about it a bit harder, I think. On the draw for game 2. I will keep this hand. Keep and pass. Blood Crypt. A Thoughtseize would be pretty strong here. Yep. I mean, regardless of what you take, it's going to interrupt what I'm doing. Taking Kozak's command means I still have 4 mana for Eldrazi. So there is a thought. Let's play Eldrazi Temple and then pass. I think there's a thought for the following turn not to play Lapin Breaker and enable a Charmaw unless we have something to cast, whether it be Kozilek's Command or Thought-Knot Seer. Otherwise, we play a Misty Rainforest or a Forest. Probably a Misty grabs Stomping Grounds. Even more of a reason to do that. So let's go Forest. Malevolent Rumble. Overgrown Tomb, Talisman, Devourer. 2, 3, 4, 6. So I'll be short 1 on casting the Devourer, unfortunately. But I think we do take it. And then pass. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We do run the risk of... Actually, I've learned my lesson from earlier today. I really should not press 6 here with an Eldrazi spawn, because we might want to respond by sacking it in response to a Galvanic Discharge. Need to be a bit smarter about that. A Fatal Push is fine. Yes. That is okay. Can't do much about that. And pass. Arid Mesa. So if they have the Charmaw in hand, they can't play it this turn. They'll be 1 short. Down to 10. Flage. They'll be 1 card short right now. If we draw into a Karn, I'll Tormod's Crypt it. Let's see what we draw into. Temple. So, regardless, they will be able to cast Charmaw next turn if they have a land. If they don't, I think it's right to play Temple here. So we can either grab Breaker or Breaker or Devour next turn. If they have a Charmaw, then consequences of our actions. If they don't, and they don't have a land, then we'll be in a pretty good spot. They do know about the Devourer. They do not know about the World Breaker, however. Actually, no, they do know about the World Breaker. They Thoughtseize me. Yeah, so they know about World Breaker. So it comes down to, do they have Charmaw? Do they have the 4th land? If they have the 4th land, it's likely they Flage. If they don't Flage, then they're holding back out of fear of the Devourer. In return, we'll play the World Breaker. If they have the Charmaw, everything's off the table. Black. Thoughtseize. Okay. Still could have the Charmaw if they have a second red source. But now you get to choose Devour or Breaker. Taking Breaker isn't as good, so I think the right choice is Devourer. But this also means that I can't cast Breaker next turn. Okay. So we need a 7-drop or a Temple to cast Breaker. They do have the second red. Or Flage. Okie. Well, let's go Misty Rainforest. And pass. Yep, so we'll take 6 damage next turn down to 8 at a minimum. If they have the Arena of Glory, we simply lose. Mountain, Arena of Glory. Combat down to 11. Well, even if we were able to World Break it, they still would have had Flage. Here comes Charmaw. Yep, Charmaw targets what? Charmaw targets Eldrazi Temple. Yep, that makes sense. So they did have the Charmaw. Oh, they drew into it. Stomping Grounds tapped. And pass. City's Blessings up. 2, 4, 5, 7, 9, lethal. Yep, you got it. Unfortunately, just some really bad draws. Game 3. And we'll run it back all the same. Like, there's an argument to be said about me playing the labs sooner, I guess. Maybe that is right, because then we can always return them. And if we do that, then Charmaw's only taken out 1 versus 2 with the temples. It also protects them from Thoughtseize. Well, on the play for game 3. It seems slow. Mulligan. That's unfortunate. A green source would have fixed this. A Devourer, and I... on the play, maybe not. Yeah, a green source would have fixed this. More likely an untapped green source. I will keep this. So we want the Devourer. However, we want the green source. And the green source, Rumble. Temple, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's do it like this. Overgrown Tomb, tapped, and pass. So we're going for a kicked Mycospawn. A Thoughtseize would be rough. Does not look like they have it, though. Gaia Souls is not great, but we can make it work. Eldrazi Temple. Malevolent Rumble. Return in the Grave is good. Let's grab another Eldrazi Temple. And pass. And hold up the ability to respond. Ocelot Pride is fine. Not great when mixed with Gaia Souls, but fine. Are they only on 1 land? Because if so, this kicked Mycospawn will be fantastic. So let's go ahead and kick the Mycospawn. So this will provide us a blocker and take down their mana down to 0. Soin Mycospawn kicked. There are how many types in the yard? 1, 2, 3, 4. I am tempted to go for shifting woodlands here. It may become relevant. Though we don't have a red source right now. But we do have Utopia Sprawl, so feel okay about that. So let's go shifting woodland. That's exiled. Utopia Sprawl on Overgrown Tomb for red. And pass. No lands. Perfect. Karn the Great Creator. 1, 2, 3, 4. Karn the Great Creator. Minus Karn. Yes. We can do a few things here. I could go EE on 1, clear Guida Souls and Cat. I can go Liquid Metal Coating. I can also go Chalice of the Void X1. Let's go Chalice of the Void X1. And done. And pass. And pass. You have to attack Karn. That's a matter of fact. You don't. That's wild. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Minus Karn. Walking Ballista X3. Or we could grab Leveler for next turn. X3 would allow Karn to survive for what it's worth, though I'm not sure if I care about that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, let's just go Leveler. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, we'll play the land. We'll tuck the Leveler. And pass. And pass. Arid Mesa. You can crack it, but you can't play anything. Not for 1 mana at least. Do you attack Karn? Okay. Well, we'll block the Ocelot Pride. Ocelot Pride down, Karn down. That is fine since we don't have a Karn. Do you crack the Arid Mesa? You do not. Unfortunate. Misty Rainforest. Let's see here. Well, let's go ahead and play Karn the Great Creator. We'll go ahead and minus Karn. And we will grab a Liquid Metal Coating. Liquid Metal Coating. Misty Rainforest, and pass. Begin combat. End combat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. End step. Returns a skip leveler to hand. Activate Misty Rainforest. Grab a Stomping Grounds tapped. Go to discard. They took a greedy hand and it cost them. Utopia Sprawl. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this will not change things. Except for the fact that I'm an idiot. Yeah. I need at least one misplay game. We'll minus Karn. We'll grab Walking Ballista. X3. We'll attack with Sowing Mycospawn. For God's sake. Dummy, dummy, dummy. You're gonna need to activate Arid Mesa eventually. Begin combat. End combat. End step. I'm gonna target the Arid Mesa, see if they'll just do anything. Like, there's no reason for them to sacrifice it. We both know that much. But they do. Why? Elegant Parlor. Push. No targets. Cleanup. Target. Tick up. Before I act a fool again. Target Guide of Souls. We'll tick down on the Ballista. And we got there. Alright, well, outside of that slight blunder, that was a good 2-1 match. But with that being said, we'll be back for round number, what was it? Round number 5? Yes, round number 5 in just a few short moments. Alright, and we are back for round number 5 on the draw for game 1. Let's take a look and see what our opponent might be playing. Excuse me. Chi. CHI. No decks found, so we are going in blind, it looks like. See, this is interesting. Other than Worldbreaker, we can theoretically actually we could probably play anything we want on by turn 4, which might be too slow though. We also have abundance of turn 2 plays here if we high roll it. I'll keep it. I don't think it's right to keep it. We're gonna try it. Okay, well, this looks like energy. Tis a monkey. Karn. Let's go Ugin's Lab. Breaker. Pass. Ragavan. Overgrown Tomb would have really liked that. Thought Nazier. That does work though. Let's take a peek at your deck. See if this is in fact energy. Double Galvanic Discharge and a Static Prison, as well as a Philia Exuberance Shepherd. I mean, they could double Galvanic Discharge on end step, but currently they're down a land. So we'll take... This is interesting. I think we take the Static Prison. Because if they want to get rid of Thought Knot, they'll have to double Galvanic Discharge, and that's just not really a good option for them. At the same time, forcing them to do it at sorcery speed might be better for us. I'll grab the Static Prism. If you want to double Galvanic Discharge, go ahead. Yep. Pass. Galvanic Discharge number 2? No. Yes. Down to 2. Ragavan swinging in. Karn the Great Creator. Thankfully, they do not have enough mana for that. 1/7. Would really like a green source for this Rumble. Overgrown Tomb would have been ideal. They did find the Sacred Foundry. Do they play the Seasoned Pyromancer? They do not. They're going to hold up for Philia. Let's play Karn. Here's the Philia. Change phases. Yep, there's Philia as expected. I imagine both will attack Karn. So the question now is, next turn we're going to have how much mana? 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. We could go Tormod's Script for 10, doesn't really do much. We could also tick up on Karn, going up to 6, and force them to attack with both. Yeah, let's do that. And pass. So no treasure. No There's an Arid Mesa they crack. I imagine they played a Seasoned Pyromancer. Seasoned Pyro. Draw 2 fresh cards. They could flicker the Seasoned Pyro. Both at Karn as expected. Flicker the Pyro. Karn is still up. Pyro comes in. And they pitch Gydasil Strand. That is fine. Thought Knot Seer number 2. Well, we play the Cavernous Souls, name Eldrazi, regardless. Let's make an educated decision by first taking a look at your hand. We'll get rid of the Felia. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One land would get us Breaker for what it's worth. Felia will likely attack and flicker the Thought Knot Seer. Huh. Trying to think what we could do here. We could take down, grab Haywire Might. That allows us to block the Ragavan, which I think is relevant. The thing about Felia 2 is that it is any non-land permanent, right? Any non-land permanent? Yeah. So that is relevant because if we have Bridge even, they can flicker it. EE doesn't do much here. We could go Chalice X1. That is a genuine thing we could do. But they could still flicker it. So I think we'll minus Karn here. Yes. And we're going to grab... We could grab Might. Otherwise we can grab Ballista. Let's grab Ballista. Done. Pass. Elegant Parlor resolves. If needed, next turn I can grab a Tormod's Crypt. They do end up with a Flage in the Grave. Alright. Tax coming in. Felia targets, I imagine, a Thought Knot. Yes. So you'll draw a card. We go to blocks. We block Felia. And before damage, we'll ping the Ragavan. And pass. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We'll take the Static Prison. Ooh, hold up. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. One short. Well, we'll grab the Wooded Foothills. We'll crack the Wooded Foothills. I'll grab a Forest. And then we will cast... let's go ahead and cast Malevolent Rumble. Worldbreaker? Although that's fascinating. We can clear board. Let's go World Breaker. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So we need 6. And we got the 6. Oh, hi opponent. Meet Emrakul. I don't even need to clear board of Kozilek's return. No. We'll pass. Keep up blockers. And then my turn. Arena of Glory. Well, I don't want you hasting a Flage or anything else. And looks like opponent will concede. So Boros Energy. Win for game 1. We'll bring in Dismember. And we'll cut the Myco Spawn. And run it back. Kozilek's return is nice. It's a bit slower than I would like, but it's a turn 2 Rumble, and we can also fetch for our red source, so we will keep. I'm gonna pass. I'll play Temple. There's a chance we do draw into a 7-drop and have a X2 command on hand. Yep. Elegant Parlor. Guide of Souls. Ocelot Pride will resolve. Yes. There's the command X2, as well as Thought Knot. I am a little bit concerned about either Blood Moon or Charmaw. So I think I will go with Ugin's Lab. Tuck a Devourer and play Thought Knot Seer. They have 3 cards. Pass. Galvanic Discharge will take. They will be able to float something here. I'm hoping that they attempt to float the Pride. Of course. Yeah. They do float the Pride. That is rough. I can't do anything about that. What are the freaking odds? Okay. Crack the Windswept Teeth. We might need a Stomping Grounds untapped, but that puts us down to 13. And we're guaranteed to at least take 7. If not, an additional 3. So 10. We'll be at 3. Isn't great. We might have to instead hope that... Actually, no. Stomping Grounds? Untapped. Malevolent Rumble. Yeah, we'll have to Malevolent Rumble here. Oh. Well, let's see if we can make it work. Emrakul. You cannot attack. 5, 6, 7, 8, potentially 9, 10. Plays the mountain, plays Seasoned Pyromancer. One, two, three, four, 5. One, two, three, four, 5, 6. I should hold up the ability to respond in case they do Galvanic Discharge the spawn for some reason. But it's more likely that they'll hit the Thought-Knot Seer. Another Onslaught Prize. They will be able to float. Boy. They'll float the Guided Souls. So 3, 6, 10, 11, 12 coming in. We'll block 1. Down to 2. I don't think we can really do anything of note here. Like, we can clear the X1s. That doesn't do much in the grand scheme. Yeah, I don't think I have a way out. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we can't Emrakul, and even if we could, what would be the benefit? There wouldn't be any. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Even if we could grab a Ensnaring Bridge, they have a lot of X1s. We need to be empty-handed or to have cast Kozilek's Return. Yeah, the top deck Charmal was just brutal. That was so unfortunate. Like, they could have drawn anything else, and it would have been fine. On the play for game 3. This feels slow. It'd be a turn 3 Karn at earliest. I'm gonna mulligan. I'll take this for the Rumble. Drop the Catacombs? No, I think we drop the Forest. Done. Play Catacombs, pass. And we'll just pause on end step. Ragavan. Unfortunate. Stomping Grounds tapped. Okay. A Charma would be so bad, though. They'd be one short on Charma, though. Okay. We'll go Eldrazi Temple, and I'm going to try and go for a Sowing Mycospawn. No Sowing Mycospawn, but there is the Emrakul. So we'll have 6 mana next turn. 6. Okay, so we'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We'll be short 3. Whereas I could play Karn, but then that makes me short on Breaker. Karn might be a decent backup plan, though. We'll grab the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We don't have a second green source, though, is the problem. Otherwise, I would be tempted for Shifting Woodland. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, it would be too short. I will grab that Emrakul. And then pass the turn. And pass the turn. I'll take the beat. What do you exile? Mugen's Lab. Would have liked that, I'm not gonna lie. Arena of Glory. Pyro. Dismember is good. One, two, three, 4, 5, then Temple 6, 7. We'll play the Shifting Woodland and then pass. If they don't play a land but attack, I will dismember the Ragavan. Because right now Charma is discounted by 1. So 4. Actually, might be... No. Yes. Charma is discounted by 1, so 4. So I will go ahead and dismember Ragavan. And then pass. Actually, 5, 7, just in case for Galvanic Discharge. We'll take the 3 down to 10. Seasoned Pyromancer is fine. We're going to clear the board. We pass. Eldrazi Temple. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Utopia Sprawl. And let's say green. World Breaker. Let's get rid of the white source. Yes. Let's get rid of the white source. Clear board. And pass. And pass. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We're too short on Emrakul. If we draw, actually not even land, we can play World Breaker next turn and get rid of their second white source. They've been struggling on lands. The Johnny. Okay, Flooded Strand. Well, let's go Utopia Sprawl. And once again on green. World Breaker. Get rid of Sacred Foundry. Question now is, do we attack? They'll have 2 blockers. Actually, they'll only have 1 blocker if they flip a Johnny. I think we will attack with Breaker here. I'll let them flip a Johnny. Because now they need 2 blockers to protect it. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're 1 land away, so no matter what we draw, we can either play Emrakul or whatever we play, or whatever we draw. So we are solid in that regard. Static Prison. We'll take a Breaker. They'll make a blocker for Johnny. Slot Pride. Yep. Empty-handed. You should make a cat. Yep. Overgrown Tomb. Untapped. And we got there. GG's. Good luck, next match. Yeah, because then we can sack the Static Prison, give back World Breaker. We can have the cats attack into Emrakul and World Breaker. So yeah, good stuff. Well, with that being said, we are now locked in for X2, and my tiebreaker should be phenomenal. So, with that in mind, I'm pretty sure we're locked in for top 8. But we're not going to sit back on our laurels. We are planning to win round 6. So with that being said, we'll be back in just a bit. Alright, and we are back for round 6 against Batutinha. I think I spelled that right. And looks like for Modern. Let me actually select the format as Modern. Looks like Boros Energy is what they've played in the past, at least. Yep, looks like a pretty standard Boros Energy list with Seasoned Pyromancer, Fable. Oh, okay, there is Aphelia. Gotta say, sideboard looks pretty favorable for me, though. There is no copy of Charmaw, at least not in the list that I'm seeing from just a few days ago. So sideboard is really favorable for us. Okay, that's good to know. Let's try and walk away victorious in game 1, of course. And that'll set us up for success in game 2 and 3. If we do win this, we lock in top 8. If we lose, then we still have round 7. And of course, even X2 will have a pretty high opponent match win percent. So I think we are locked in for top 8, but I'd like to guarantee it if at all possible. Opponent might have stepped away from their keyboard, however. So we'll be back in just a few moments once they return. Alright, and we are back. I will keep this. This is a turn to command X2. So this seems solid. Yeah, I truly do believe that more events should be open deck list. Honestly, I think there's an argument just like being able to just look up your opponent's deck list at all times, especially at high level comp. I know at the RC they'll be going to in just, oh, Jesus Christ, just about a month now. Will be open deck list, of course. I think I'm locked in on Eldrazi ramp at this point. I might have some like minor tuning and tweaks left between now and then, but it is going to be minor. Opponent's taking a while here to see if they... I mean, no, they kept 7. I'm not sure if maybe they just might be distracted. It's possible. Oh, there's the polluted delta. Well, this no longer seems like it is energy now, does it? Interesting. So I'm going to guess Dimir Oculus instead. There's an Emrakul. Let's see if we eat a force on red. Okay, that does resolve. I think we'll tuck the Emrakul. There's an Oculus. That's a little bit unfortunate if they have an Unearth. Do you have the Unearth? You do. Rough. Yeah. Thought not seer. Thought not could block the manifest creature. Let's go ahead and tuck the Emrakul. And then let's go ahead and cast Kozilek's command and get rid of that manifest creature. And done. Let's see if they have the force. If they don't, we can guarantee a breaker coming in next turn. They do have the force. That's a bit of a problem. Yes, down to 13, another manifest. A forest. Let's go ahead and cast a Thought Knot Seer, see if they have a counterspell. Moto's having a moment though. Thought Knot Seer, do you have a counterspell? I'd imagine you do have 2 blue up. There's the counterspell. We'll play Cavern Souls and name Eldrazi. However, I'm not sure it's going to matter, because we're going to take 9 down to 4. And there's going to be, even if we were to draw into a Devourer, we would then have 6 damage on board, and we can only block 2, so we'd be down to 0. Yeah, that is unfortunate. I mean, the turn 1 Oculus is just hard to deal with, so it is unfortunate. Well, we'll concede. So this is Dimir Murktide. Loss for game 1. We do have some sideboard tech at least. And bring in this member. We'll cut the Myco spawns. Actually, one Myco spawn stays. That's right. Alright, and we run it back. Well, I'll pull up a stock Dimir Murktide list. Just so we have a good frame of reference. So you can probably bring in Harbinger, Consign. Yeah, that was rough. I do wonder if maybe I should have played the Thought Knot first. Try and clear the way, but even if we did, then we would have been facing a counterspell and force, so yeah. But we're on the play for game 2. I have to mulligan this. This hand is interesting. I will keep it, drop the Utopia Sprawl, and reveal 2 Devourers. Thought Not Seer would be good here. Excuse me. Kozilek's Command would be good here. So we have options, especially with them going down to 5. Oh, there is the Thought Not Seer. Thought Not Seer. Temple, pass, and pass. Do you have a consign to memory? Thought Scour. Consign. We'll take the frog. And pass. A Harbinger would definitely hurt here. I mean, next turn we're going to tuck... Do we tuck Devourer or Leveler? Probably Devourer. At the same time, no, we should probably tuck the Leveler. We can apply more pressure with Devourer. Water Graves, untapped. Fascinating. Well, let's go to a combat. See if they have a Shoot the Sheriff. No Shoot the Sheriff. Ugin's Lab. We said we were going to not tuck the Devourer. Ugh. That might come back to bite me. Thought not. Do you have a counterspell? Consign to memory. That is fine. 5/7. Just in case. But it doesn't look like they have the Harbinger. Emrakul. Well, that is 7. We're short on 5. Short on 6. Do you cycle the Unearth? Sink into Stupor. Yes. Basically, 3 mana, bounce a creature, draw a card. Yeah. Not the end of the world, though not ideal. Watery Grave tapped. Untapped. One unknown. Okay, I just need a land here, people. Cycle the Unearth. Resolves. Well, we are taking that abhorrent Oculus. That much is obvious. Polluted Delta. So they can crack it, Fatal Push. Yes, that is fine. Not ideal, but fine. Undercity Sewers. Fatal Push. Draw one. Psychic Frog resolves. I would like a land, please. Rough, man. This could be game ending. Like, we have a solid hand, but we've just been short. Land. I mean, I guess, yeah, I did hit 2. And this is 3, so 5, so I have 15. Well, that's still like a 33% chance of hitting a land. What is happening? Like, we could hit Kozilek's Command. I guess another thought, not land. We're just whiffing hard right now. And just watch, they're gonna freaking windmill slam a Harbinger. Delta. Crack. Undercity Sewers. Bloodstained Mire. Attack with the Froge. Yeah. Draw one. Land. Thank freaking God. Forest. Do you have a consign to memory? You have a consign to memory. All right. One unknown, then. Cycle on Earth again. Jesus. Three unknowns. We just need to avoid a Harbinger. Consider. Yikes. Thought Scour. Draws. Strand. 2 unknown. Pass. Thank God. Forest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I would like the Rumble, but I think we would get punished for it, especially if that Spell Pierce still in hand. Do you have another consign to memory? You do not. Does the body resolve? The body does resolve. Lethal is now on board. And we got there. Jesus Christ. The deck wanted to make me frickin' sweat right there. That's all I know. We'll run it back as is. I mean, we saw a lot of their deck, but we didn't see any Harbingers, which is shocking. We did see that they still are running Spell Pierce. On the draw for game 3. I can keep this hand. Keep, pass. Bloodstained Mire, pass. Do you have a force? Cracking the Bloodstained Mire. Do you have a Spell Pierce? Oh, you gotta be joking me, not again. Black. Pass. Swear to God if you have Unearth. Surveil lands were a mistake. Yep. Oh boy. Yeah. Surveil lands were a mistake. Okay. We can force check. So, okay. What can we do here? Blue, black. Let's go ahead and... They could have a consign. So the question is, they don't have counters. We can play around force or consign. Not both. But we know counterspell is not online. So they would need specifically consign, which has between 2 and 4 copies after sideboarding. Let's go to upkeep. Let's cast Command X2 and get rid of the manifest creature. Done. Pass. Do you have the consign? It was a consign. That's funny. We'll go down to 15 here. They do have a second blue source now. A Froge? A Froge. Okay. Oh, you gotta be joking me. Yes. That does resolve. You no longer have to play around a force, thankfully. Draw. Cavern of Souls. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One, two, three, four, 5. Four, 6. Like, I'm thinking of going Karn into a bridge. That's not gonna happen right now. Let's Utopia Sprawl. Malevolent Rumble. There's Thought-Knot Seer. We can Command X3, get rid of one Oculus. Five card types in the yard. We can X4. Okay, let's go ahead and play Cavern of Souls on Eldrazi. Let's go ahead and exile an Abhorrent Oculus. Abhorrent Oculus is now down. We'll pass the turn and hold up the ability to respond in case we need it. Right now they can present... Yep, they get flying. So that is 4, 9, 11, 13 damage that they can present right now. If, such a big if, one of those is an Abhorrent Oculus, however, they would have flipped it for the flying. Because if it was an Oculus, that'd be 5, 10. They could still flip it. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We will go to blockers. We'll block, and we'll block. To 8. Trigger. Misty Rainforest. Not what we needed right now. Can we survive the turn? So we have access to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mana. The problem is that I can play Karn, I can play Karn, I can grab Bridge, but that leaves, what, 3 cards in hand? Which means the Manifest Creatures and Psychic Frog can get through. And that's 8 damage exactly. Okay, what are the alternatives? The alternative is the fact that both Abhorrent Oculus and Psychic Frog will attack for a total of 9 damage at most. So I can't allow for them to attack either. What the fresh hell? Yeah, just a really bad rumble. Shoot. Maybe I was too aggressive with the Kozilek's command. Honestly, I think that was the turning point. If I had not been so aggressive, I might have been able to keep an Oculus off board and then gotten rid of another Oculus. Things would have been more manageable at that point. Damn. I still have a little bit of things to learn about the matchup. I wanted to avoid a counterspell so we can get rid of the Oculus. And maybe that was right, but maybe it was wrong. Let's go ahead and play the Shifting Woodland. Let's go ahead and attempt to resolve Karn. Does Karn resolve? There's no reason not to. There's no reason to counter Karn, realistically speaking. Sink in the Stupor bounces the Karn. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, leave a comment down below. Should I have played aggressively and got rid of the Manifest Creature to ramp into the next Kozilek's command to get rid of the Oculus? Or should I have held to see if they were going to play anything? Because if they played nothing, they played their second blue source, and then I attempted at end step and they had a counter spell. That would mean I wouldn't have been able to exile their Oculus on board, right? So hard to say. But yeah, let me know down in the comments what your thoughts are. But with that being said, we are now 5-1 going into round 7. Like I mentioned earlier, my tiebreaker should be pretty good, all things considered. Though if we win round 7, we guarantee the top 8. If we lose it, comes down to tiebreakers. Not hoping for that, we'll have to wait and see. With that being said, we'll be back in just a bit for round 7. Alright, and we are back for round number 7. We are on the draw for game 1, and looks like this is going to be Dimir Murktide. Well, maybe I can redeem myself, as I came to realization between rounds that I'm dumb as a sack of bricks. Now, it might be that I've already played, 11, 12 matches of Magic today, but all I needed to do was wait till end step to cast the command, and even if it got countered, I will still had 5 mana to then exile the Oculus on board. It would have had 2 manifest creatures, yes, but I was still gotten to exile unless they had a force. Which at that point, if they have all the above, then like screw me, I lose. But more or less, I have come to that realization I was very dumb. Alright. Forest. Well, that's definitely not Dimir Oculus. This is Eldrazi ramp. Oh, this is awkward. Hi, friend. I think we're doing the same thing. The question is, who can do it better? Rumble? Yep. Imagine you take Eldrazi Temple. If you do, that could be a problem. Okay, so now we are concerned about a Myco spawn. Shoot. Well, let's go Rumble. Actually, no, we go Talisman. Misty Rainforest. Crack for green. Rumble. So if they kill this, I'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll be short. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But I will be able to cast it at least. And I'll be able to cast Soin Mycospawn regardless. So it's possible that having the backup Mycospawn would be beneficial. Let's go Soin Mycospawn. And pass. Okay, do you have the Soin Mycospawn? That's the question. If you do, then it's going to be a bit of a back and forth. If you don't, then I'm in a great position. Temple. No shot. Soin Mycospawn kicked. Actually, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Stomach ground? Yes. Kick. Soin Mycospawn. Let's get rid of colorless source. Do you have a Kozilek's command? We'll grab Eldrazi Temple. Looks like you might. So that is X4. Okay. Scry draw and spawns. So you do now have enough for kicked Mycospawn or World Breaker. And pass. 0 top, 4 bottom. So this is Temur Eldrazi ramp. Thankfully we should have a pretty good matchup here. Uggin's Lab. Tucking a breaker. What are you playing? 4, 5, 6. Do you have Emrakul? Son of a frickin'. Oh no. That is a mild problem. They can probably mess me up a bit here. Because they can fail to find a Mycospawn. Yeah, this could be a problem. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 minus 4 is 3. So they really could just go Mycospawn Rumble and then sack the spawn after. That would set me back 2 mana to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's probably the best play for them. Is kicked Mycospawn and Rumble. Okay, they should... Oh, World Breaker. I guess same difference. They should have rumbled first. Yes? Chooses not to. Interesting. I mean, I'm fine with this. 3, 4, 5. He'll attack into Emrakul. I can block. Okay. So it's not over yet then. Interesting. I don't think that was an optimal line. Let's go Rumble. Let's go... So we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 kicked Mycospawn, get rid of Lab. Let's go with Thought Not Seer. Actually, maybe Shifting Woodlands? No. Let's go Thought Not Seer. Uggin's Lab. Imprint. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Sowing Mycospawn. We'll go ahead and kick the lab. And grab another temple. No attacks. We'll be chump blocking the Emrakul. And we'll take, what, 6 damage? Down to 11? So lethal's on board. Talisman of Curiosity. Maybe we should have won Shifting Woodlands in retrospect. Actually, yeah, we should have. Damn. Okay, well, Breaker. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 minus 4 is 5, so we can't go Breaker and Sowing Mycospawn. However, 9 minus 2, we could go Breaker and Mycospawn. It's a thought. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I want to make sure I have another Eldrazi temple. I see 1, 2, 3. So yes, I should have a 4th. Let's go ahead and cast. Grab the temple. Cast Breaker. I'm not out of this yet. World Breaker, target. One, two, three, four, 5. Is clearing the board a good idea? Okay, so they have a command. No. Go to combat. Command X3. We'll have 6 mana, if that is the case. Now the problem is that Breaker by itself will not win. Yeah, because so next turn, that's a bit unfortunate. Next turn we can replay Breaker, but it really doesn't do anything because we're going to still end up taking 6 in the air. We'll attack the Mycospawn regardless. It's going to come down to my next draw. That will determine us all. Ancient Stirrings. What do you find? Sowing Mycospawn, do you have a land to kick it? You do not. Well, we are forced to block down to 5. You do have the land. Unfortunate. Tuxel Worldbreaker. Cast the Mycospawn kicked. Yes. Okay. Comes down to this draw. Karn will save me. Will Karn save me, actually? The juke. Oh, shoot. So there goes Emrakul. We need Karn. The Vara won't cut it. We have no outs. You got it. Lost for game 1 on the sideboard. That was a close one. Well, Leveler in. Kozilek's Return's really doing nothing, though. So what do we bring in for that is the question. I mean, we could bring... So, as strange as it sounds, we could bring in Leyline of the Void. It would cut off their Emrakul. Alternatively, we can bring in Emrakul and a Haywire Might. So now we have 11 7+ mana value spells. I think that's probably reasonable. Alternatively, we can go Stonebrain. Let's actually go Stonebrain. I think that's going to be more impactful. On to play for game 2. Mulligan. I'll keep. So we want to keep Emrakul. You want to keep Leveler. You want to keep Command. So we get rid of Stomping Grounds or Catacombs. Let's get rid of Stomping Grounds. And done. They reveal Devourer. Lab. Top Emrakul. Play Talisman. And pass. Devourer exiles what? Lands. Okay. Mist Rainforest, Crack, Ancient Stirrings. Shock, maybe holding up a Consign to Memory. No. Utopia Sprawl. Okay. For blue. Let's go Catacombs. Crack. Forest. Command X2. Ugin's Lab Thought-Knot's here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Seven, 8. Let's go top and top. And pass. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 at most. Temple. Talisman. Rumble. Talisman. 2, 4, 6. And they have a Consign up, potentially. Thought Knot Seer? Does Thought Knot resolve? Thought Knot resolves. Let's get rid of the Myco spawn. And pass. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we will play the Leveler next turn. They'll probably play Breaker here. Temple. Yes, there's the Breaker of Creation. Let's go Overgrown Tomb, untapped. Cityscape Leveler. To combat. Down to 18. And pass. They'll need a World Breaker to deal with Cityscape. You know that the card that they drew wasn't it for they would probably cast that. So the question is the other unknown. Malevolent Rumble. Cannot grab Rumble, Stirrings, but there's the Battle Mage. Imagine they take the Battle Mage, because you can exile target artifact or enchantment opponent controls. Yes. Unfortunate. And you're gonna kick it full, I want to bet, so that way you can also bounce the Thought Knot. Yes. Yep. That was a turn, alright. Rumble. Let's go ahead and rumble. Jesus. We'll go with a Thought Knot Seer. So 1, 2, 3, 4. No imprint. 4 card types. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. A temple would get us there. Thought Knot Seer? Yeah. That is all of the Devourers. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. One unknown. What the fresh hell are you playing? Do you have the Emrakul? Command X6. Okay. Yeah. It's annoying is what that is. So scry 6, then exile. It's not looking good at a glance. They can put something on top that they don't care about losing to the second Thought Knot. Karn wouldn't be bad here. It'd lock up a lot of mana. potentially enough to get me through. 1 top, 5 bottom, and draw. So 2 draws. Well, they know the next Thought-Knot's coming. They'll attack for 2. I'll take down to 15. Draw. Breaker. 1, 2, 3. So what do they have in grave? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So they do have 13. Let's go ahead and get rid of the green source. Do you have a consigned memory? You do not. Impasse. Impasse. They still have enough for a kicked Myco spawn, unfortunately. Ancient Stirrings. Misty Rainforest. Okay. Imagine you play the Misty. Yep. And pass. So now we get to peek at their hand again with Thought-Knot. Temple. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Or 1 short. Well, let's go ahead and play Thought-Knot. Does Thought-Knot resolve? Cracked Misty Rainforest. For a forest. Do you have Consign? Looks like it's a Kozilek's command. Yes. This ensures, or makes it at least more difficult, that I can't play Emrakul next turn. So I have 1 type in the yard now. Well, we are going to take the Emrakul. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we are short on 3. Okay. And pass. As we're short 3 right now. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, short 3. Do you tuck a Devour? You do not. Imagine you play a Devourer. Should probably play the Utopia Sprawl first, maybe? Oh no, never mind, you shouldn't. You should play the Devour first, then Utopia Sprawl. Yep, Devourer. We'll pass at this point. We know that what they have cannot interact with us. I guess they'll probably want to play the other Devourer before. Karn Karn the Great Creator. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, let's go with Karn the Great Creator. It's going to lock up a lot of your mana. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Minus Karn. Yes. I cannot play the leveler this turn. So instead what we'll do is ensure that they cannot cast an Emrakul. So we'll grab a Tormod's Crypt. Cast a Tormod's Crypt. Exile your yard. Alright. Karn coming in clutch once again. Let's run it back. On the draw for game 3, I will keep this hand. Pass. Stirrings. Utopia Sprawl. Emrakul. This is interesting. You have a lot of mana here. Let's tuck the Breaker. And pass. So that's 3, 5. We're short on the Sowing Myco spawn. Okay. Five. So how can I do this? I have 3. 5. Rumble puts it down to 3, 5, down to 4. So instead we can go 3, 5, down to 4, or rather 3, 5, Myco spawn. I could grab a green source. Tuck the Emrakul. Play Talisman. Cast Sowing Myco spawn. Does Sowing Myco spawn resolve? Grab Eldrazi Temple. So no matter what, we get a kicked Myco spawn next turn. Ugin's Lab. Do you imprint? You do. Do you have a kicked Myco spawn? Yes. You'll take out Emrakul. World Breaker. Okay. We'll take out the forest. Command. So we have 6. Rumble would be a bit of a gamble, so I will play it safe here. Myco spawn will hit the forest. And I'll grab another temple. I will attack. You'll block. That is fine. Pass to you. Land. Imprint, yes or no? Imprint, Emrakul. Okay. I want to say they're going to go for a big Kozilek's command. Interesting. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We can go Karn, and then EE equals 0. Because this is a Kozilek's command, x equals 5. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Well, 1, 2, I guess they'll actually gain 2 as well, so yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah, so Karn the Great Creator. Does Karn resolve? Consign the memory. We'll attack with a Mycospawn. Do you have a Kozilek's command X4? Return to owner's hand. That is fine. Two, 4, 5, 6. So you'll need a temple for 8. You're trying to hide roll it. Let's go X2. Does command resolve? Command resolves. Top, top, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Does Emrakul resolve? Emrakul resolves. Attack in with Soin Mycospawn. Yep, need to do that now. Emrakul is now lethal on board, however. Draw. Emrakul. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Return Emrakul to hand. Play Ugin's Lab. On the stack. No. And pass. And pass. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So here's comes Breaker. We'll gain 7 up to 18. 2 Emrakul in hand. Let's go ahead and rumble. Grabbing Thought-Knot Seer. Let's go ahead and rumble. Grabbing... We'll grab Cityscape Leveler. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We'll play Thought-Knot Seer. And get rid of an Emrakul. We'll go to combat. Attack for 13 in the air. And pass. What do you draw into? Okay, so you have the Emrakul. You have control of my turn. Leveler presents a problem, but they're going to be smart and sack the spawns. World Breaker. You can crash the Emrakuls. Casting World Breaker makes the most sense. Yes. You'll take out an Eldrazi Temple. Actually, does that make the most sense? Because I think we have lethal on board now. Well, I guess not, because you'll attack in with Sowing Mega Spawn at the very least. I think this is still lethal. I think they messed up by casting this. I think the best thing they could have done is just sack the spawns and not cast anything. Yeah, they messed up. Because the most you can do here, I guess, is attacking a Thought-Knot Sowing. We crash across the board when we attack. And they have to block all. Yeah, so the best thing you can do here is attack with Sowing Mega Spawn and Thought-Knot. You'll block with Breaker and Emrakul. You'll draw 1. One, two, three, four, 5. So no chance of casting Leveler this turn. Draw. We have to attack in. This forces blocks across the board. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Do you have a blocker? Jukabog. Okay. Good news is we now have another Emrakul. Do you have a blocker? GG's. Talisman. Whew. That was a close one. And that there should lock us into the top 8 for the night. Good frickin' stuff. All right, well, I will see you all for quarterfinals in just a few short moments. All right, and we are back for the quarterfinals of the top 8. Let's see. Oh, it's a frickin' it is a revenge match here for preparation. It is Eldrazi Ramp versus Eldrazi Ramp once again. This feels like it is one turn too slow. Like, we could go Temple, Command, try and find a land, but I'm not liking it. Okay, we will keep this. It's an early Thought Knot. Dump the grounds. Yeah. Well, let's see how this fares. They know my tricks now. It's no longer a secret about Karn. Now it's possible they may have stepped away real quick. They'll keep. I will keep. I'll drop the grounds. Done. Draw. Lab. Tuck Breaker. Play Talisman. Pass. Land. Fetch. Utopia Sprawl or Ancient Stirrings? Ancient Stirrings. I am okay with this. Temple. Okay. Draw. Devourer. Not what I was hoping for. I want lands so I can play this Breaker. Thought not. Get rid of the Myco spawn. Now they don't really have much going for them. Yep, Hedge Maze makes sense. Emrakul and Grave. Oof. Let's go ahead and Rumble. Eldrazi Temple. Next turn we can Breaker. Attack with Thought Knot. And pass. There's the Temple. Malevolent Rumble. No command. Lab or Talisman. Takes the Talisman. Plays the Talisman. World Breaker. Get rid of Temple. Attack with Thought Knot down to 11. Pass. Lab. Tucks all his dust. Go to combat. Do you have an Ugin's Lab, or not Ugin's Lab, a Kozilek's Command? You do not. Thought Knots here. All lands. Rough, buddy. I feel ya. And plays a forest. They might still have something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A lab would give us a breaker. Otherwise, 2, 4, 5, 6. A lab or temple would give us a breaker. Otherwise, we have 4. I'll return it. Okay. If they have a Kozilek's Command and go for blockers, it doesn't matter because of the return. Overgrown 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Tapped. Go to combat. Do you have the command? Yep, that will resolve. However, be 4 blockers. Game. All right, that is game 1. Bring in Stonebrain, Leveler, cut both returns, and run it back. I'll keep this. Ideally, we find a Myco spawn with Devourer. Let's see what they exile. Because ideally, we want to go for a turn 3 breaker. Talisman. Talisman. Reveal both Devourers. Triggers on the stack. Karn is intriguing, though, because it would be a turn 2 Karn. It's either a turn 2 Karn or a turn 3 Breaker. Let's go Karn. Karn. Imprint. Impulse. Pass. Pass. If they don't play a threat here and just go to setup, then Karn will be very strong. Because they'll leave them without colored sources. That is unfortunate. Pass. And pass. Talisman. 2 to the face. Elaborate Temple would be nice. Devour. Consign. Consign. Yeah, I mean, if we had gone for the Soy Mega Spawn, it would have resulted in similar outcome. 2, 4, 6. They could have a kicked Mega Spawn. They do not. Kozilek's command. We'll do it on their... Is there a point in doing it on their upkeep? Probably not. Do they have a command? They do. That tells me a lot right there. So, okay. 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11. Okay. Top 1, bottom 2. As in, them holding up the Curiosity tells me that they have a consign. In response. Does this resolve? It does not. The battle mages are definitely putting in work right now, I'll tell you what. We're not out yet, but not in a great position either, to be honest. 3, 4, 5. Command X3. Trying to set up for next turn. 1 top, 2 bottom. Okay. 2 to face, down to 14. We're not out yet. That's not looking pretty, I'll be honest. We really need both of those cards to resolve both Karn and Kozilek's command. I mean, you can attack the spawns, it doesn't do anything. Down to 10. Draw. Unfortunate. Man, rough stuff. Kozilek's command. X equals, and they're going to hold up the Curiosity, which once again tells me they most likely have a consign. They could be bluffing at this point, but there's no reason for me to assume that they are. And even if they were, even if they are, I'm probably going to play into it because I have no other choice on the matter. I mean, they find Worldbreaker or Sowing Mycospawn, the game is over. I will have no recourse thereafter. Wooded Foothills. Rack Wooded Foothills. Rumble. Sowing Mycospawn, yep. Yep. I have no recourse here, so we're just going to concede at that point. Yeah, between the Battle Mages chipping away at my mana base and the Consigns countering key cards, that was rough. That was rough. Don't imagine they can change anything from their sideboard at this point, but comes down to game 3. On the play for game 3. It's a turn 2 Rumble into a Thought-Knot Seer. I'll keep. Draw. Temple. Pass. And pass. Lab Imprint. Talisman. Talisman. Stirrings. So that tells me they're not holding up a consign. Temple. That's 5 mana. Wooded Foothills. Crack. For a forest. Rumble. Breaker allows me to play Karn. Breaker. Pass. And pass. Rumble. Consign out. Chooses Emrakul. Temple, or rather Talisman. Ugin's Lab. Imprint Devourer. Talisman. Karn, the Great Creator. Minus Karn. Tormod's Crypt. Cast Tormod's Crypt. Because you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You could push to 10, 11. One, two, three, four, five, six. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes. They don't have enough yet. They can push to 11 at most. They don't have access to green sources. They have 7 mana total. One, two, three, four, five, six. Let's go ahead and cast a Sowing Mycospawn. Sowing Mycospawn, kick Temple. Looks like they might have a Kozilek's command. We'll grab Temple. We'll change phases. We'll play Lab. We'll imprint Breaker. And cast a Thought-Knot Seer. Thought-Knot Seer triggers. I knew about Emrakul. I don't care about Emrakul. We'll take out the Sowing Mycospawn. We'll minus Karn. And grab Liquid Metal Coating. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10, 11 at most. That should just be the game. I think we have full control. Even a Kozilek's command really won't be enough. GG's. Whew. And we got there with a 2-1 for the quarterfinals. Karn once again showing that it is a strong card. There's a reason why I am running this version and saturating that 4 mana value slot. It is much more tempo, but it has a flexible playstyle. We have hands that just go full ramp. We have hands that are more tempo focused, but it's all sunshine here. With that being said, we'll be back for the semifinals in just a few short moments. All right, and we are back for the semifinal round, and it is another revenge match. I'm pretty sure this was my round 6 opponent. No. Was this my round 6 opponent? I think it may have been. Because I think they're on Dimir Oculus. I probably should have looked to confirm. Rough. A 7-drop would have been really good here. I can keep this. It's not ideal. We go Woodlands, Temple, Rumble, Mycospawn. I think we drop the Sprawl. Done. Yes, I want to say this was my round 6 Dimir Oculus opponent. Shifting Woodlands, pass. So this is a revenge match for me, because I think this is my one loss. Just need to remember to be a bit more patient and more thoughtful when playing at instant speed. Frog is an issue. Temple. Do you have a force? You do not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll go Sowing Mycos. I'll have Sowing Mycospawn X6. We'll go Breaker. And pass. And hold up the ability to respond. I'll take the beat. Do you pitch any cards? Consider. Consider resolves. Unearth. So they don't want the unearth. That tells me they don't have Oculus or Harbinger in hand. Either that or they already have an unearth and they're looking for something to pitch. Or the, yeah, it would have to be that specifically. Pitch Sink in the Stupor. That resolves. Take 2. Draw a card. Up to 5. Water Graze untapped. Murktide. That's frustrating, but we can make it work. Devourer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sowing Mycospawn kicked. Next turn we'll have 7. Let's go ahead and kick the Undercity Sewers. And grab 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I would like to ensure that the body sticks. So we'll go Cavernous Souls. Eldrazi. And pass. The blowout here would be if they have a Harbinger. Unearth. Do you want to pitch a card to float the frog? You do. Okay. That's 10 down to 8. If they float the frog now. No, it's not 10 down to 8. It's down to 9. That could be trouble. So, oh, down to 7, even worse. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No imprint. No imprint. Consigned to memory kills me? No, hold on. Shoot. Oh, we just shoot. Well, that's a problem. I should have played this differently. I was so focused on the Devourer, I didn't focus in on the fact that they have lethal now with a draw. I should have imprinted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I probably should have grabbed a lab instead of the Cavernous Souls. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we could play Karn. Damn. I don't think there's anything I can do now. But, I mean, we can hope that they make a mistake, I suppose. I'm doubtful they will, though. They're here, after all. If there was a counterspell, we would have lost. There was a counterspell. Okay. So it did not matter at the end of the day. 2 counterspells, yep. So even if we had attempted to go Karn into Bridge, we would not have been able to make it work. Unfortunate. That is exact. Alright, Dimir Murktide, and that is a loss for game 1. Yeah, just 1 life off. Damn. Well, let's bring in the Ley Line, let's bring in the Leveler, as well as the Dismembers. We cut an Emrakul, we cut the Returns, and 3 Mycospawn. Rough. On the play for game 2, I will keep Reveal Devourer, Karn the Great Creator, Lab, Devourer, Impulse, Pass, hold up Dismember, let's clear the way for Karn. Consign? Consign. Yep. Passing. Continue to play the right for Karn. Consign. Yeah. Grab an Undercity Sewers. Swamp. That tells me they have a Harbinger. Dismember. Resolves. Hold up the Kozilek's command. I will cast Kozilek's command. I think you have Oculus in hand. Oh, you gotta be joking me. And Frog. Two, 4, 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're short 1 for Karn into bridge. We'll get rid of... There might be a world where getting rid of the basic swamp might be right. Get rid of the Dark Slick Shores. Question of the day, was I too aggressive on that? Or was I right to avoid an Oculus? If they cast an Oculus, then I know they had it. I think they do. Keep the Sheriff. Also the fact that they hit this freaking Oculus off of the top again. Jeez. Yes. That's lethal on board. So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 plus 3, 13. I need to mitigate 4 damage. Karn, the Great Creator. Does Karn resolve? Consign. Yeah, you got it. That is rough. I have to know. Do you have a Oculus in hand? I'm really curious on this, actually. Like, you're playing around it. I'm going to see if my opponent responds. So it was right to exile a card in grave. Damn. GG's. I appreciate you. All right. Yeah, so they did have the Oculus. GG's. Ah! That's so upsetting. We played to our outs. We denied the Oculus, and they just happened to hit it off the top for the Unearth. So upsetting. All right. Well, while that is unfortunate, and this player has been my 2 losses, mind you, we still came in 3rd or 4th place, so I really can't complain too much. This was an awesome league. We definitely learned a lot, some very small, different sequences that I could have done differently. I think most notably in round 6 against my opponent, Batu Tinha. I want to say I said that right. I apologize if I butchered it. I think that was the major misplay in game 3 that resulted in a game loss. Outside of that, though, I think we played well and played to our outs, and we're getting more and more comfortable with this deck as we are approaching, I think as of today, probably close to 100 matches. So I'm happy with the results. And with that being said, as always, if you did enjoy this video, please do consider hitting that like button. Comment down below if you did see any lines or misplays that I made, or maybe any lines that I didn't mention that I could have gone down, anything that I missed, etc. As I hope, words right now are hard right now. It's like 3 o'clock in the morning, so apologies. But as much as I hope that you guys learn from me in both my successes and failures, I hope to learn from you all as well. So please do consider commenting down below. And finally, if you haven't already, please do consider subscribing. Within the next 100 days, we will hit the requirement for the 3,000 watch hours to monetize this channel. However, we will need to also hit 500 subscribers. So hitting that subscribe button really does help me out. For once we are able to monetize this channel, I will be able to start saving up for a stream PC. That way I can stream live on Twitch. So it would really mean a lot to me. With that being said, folks, I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.